award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. We thank you for tuning in. Thanks for watching, for listening. We got a great show lined up for you today, Don.
Excellent.
I'm excited. We're going to listen to birds, listen to some music. It's going to be fun.
I know.
I came across Ranger. This is Ranger Keith on Instagram the other day, and I thought, man, this guy is cool. We need to get him in studio. And then I learned more about him by digging around. Blood, Sweat, and Tears on the NBC, The Voice. I'm like, man, this guy is cool. So
it's a long, weird story.
I can't wait to hear about it.
Yeah, I know. This is new for all of us. So I'm excited to learn about Keith and what he does and what he loves to do.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun. Don, you want to kick off with a radio station?
Yeah, in honor of the West Tennessee connection we got going here this morning. We'll shout out to WMC. We are on 790 there every Saturday morning. We just follow Larry Ray's program, and anyway, we appreciate him and all the folks at WMC and all our other radio partners. There's about 23 of them out there, and we appreciate them very much.
Yeah, we love our radio stations. You can listen to this show east to west.
That's right.
So it's pretty cool.
Plus all the social stuff, so it's pretty amazing.
Social media, your favorite podcasting app, we're out there, so go listen to us. Go watch us if you want to see us. This will be a good show to watch.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Check out Keith and see him play guitar a little bit here in a minute. But Keith, let's jump right in. This is Ranger Keith on Instagram as well on TikTok. We'll pull it up on the screen for people who are watching it and want to see it. But I just think it's cool. You go out in the woods and you listen to birds and you educate people on what they're hearing. And but anyway, just tell us a little about yourself and we'll jump into some of this.
I mean, I get a lot of that on there where people are like, what kind of green screen are you using? Like, no, it's just a tripod. I'm not smart enough for any of that.
Tripod in the woods.
Just hit the red button and call them out.
Yeah. So I guess let's jump back and tell us about yourself and how you became a ranger and then kind of how your life's evolved.
Sure. Yeah. So my name is Keith Peluso. I grew up in Tipton County, just north of Memphis, Tennessee.
Tennessee boy.
Yeah. And I've always been into the outdoors. I remember being in the third grade. Mrs. Jenkins asked me what I wanted to be when I grow up, and I said I want to be a herpetologist. She said, I don't know what that is, but make sure you wash your hands. I wanted to study snakes. When I was a kid, I had posters of snakes and stuff on the wall instead of cars and stuff like that. And was in Boy Scouts, grew up in Scouts, and was camping once or twice a month from the time I was probably 10 or 11 until I was about 19.
Yeah.
And so when I went to college, I'd grown up also playing music with my brother. My brother's a really incredible musician, and we'd been playing together all our lives. But whenever we went to college, we went to University of Tennessee at Martin, and he went and studied music, and I said, I'm going to go be a biology major. And so I studied mostly reptiles and amphibians all through college. And so I quit playing music altogether because I had to buckle down. The first couple of years, you don't buckle down so much. And then I buckled down the last year really hard. And I'd been working for the Park Service throughout most of my college career as a seasonal ranger. I started off at Natchez Trace State Park and then spent 3 seasons at Reelfoot Lake. I'm just absolutely in love with that place.
Wow.
I had no intention of being a ranger, though, at all. I wanted to go on to graduate school, wanted to go and do research, basically. And by the time I was about to graduate, I was ready to go to southeastern Louisiana to study snakes down there. And at the last minute, I was like, no, I think I'm going to go be a ranger. And so right when I graduated, I hired on as a ranger at Mousetail Landing State Park over in Perry County.
Okay.
And, it's 1,200, 1,400-ish acres out there of just middle of nowhere. And I just loved it. And spent about 2.5 years there and transferred over to David Crockett State Park in Lawrence County and was there for about 3 years. And when I was with Tennessee State Parks, I was on our special operations response teams, where if there's any kind of critical incident on the parks statewide, you jump out with a couple other people and go help with that. And other than like how romanticized it is, being a ranger is it's a lot more work than people realize.
Well,
you're just playing outside.
I was going to ask. I mean, people listen to our show. They know what a wildlife officer does, but how different is it to be a ranger? Yeah.
So there is like a conservation law enforcement element to that, and that kind of varies from park to park. Because a lot of times if you're hunting on a park, you're already in trouble anyway. So, the bag limit and stuff is out.
Yeah.
You're already in trouble. But some parks are not that way.
Yeah, some are open.
So you have like conservation law enforcement element. You also have a lot of emergency response. You're going to do a lot of medicals and stuff like that too. But you're also the management system of the park. And so however many employees your park has, whether it's a resort park or it's a place like Mousetail that has like 6 employees, the way it goes is your ranger staff is the management. So you have like the park manager who is a ranger.
Okay.
And then you have however many rangers that are under that person, and then the operations of the park, like boat docks and cabins and whatever money making, revenue generating operations and stuff are supervised by rangers. And so you're the emergency operations, you're the management of the park in general, but then you also have a business with revenue goals that you have to manage, and all that stuff too, and personnel and all those things. And so it's a million things at once every day.
Yeah.
So
It kind of reminds me just a little bit of our wildlife management areas, because a lot of the guys that are taking care of those properties do kind of similar things, and they might not deal with the public as much, but if something breaks, hey, you got to figure out how to fix it. You got to make it work again.
Somebody's upset that something looks a certain way. You've got to go fix that too. There's a lot. There's a lot to it, and so if you live there too, for most of us, and so you never really leave. So like I manage the maintenance crew and stuff, and I live right next to the shop. And you can't turn it off. And I'm the kind of person that lives that way, whether I'm working for the parks or I work for myself. I'm just always working. And so about 6-7 years into that, I was feeling it. I was pretty burnt out, and I still love that career, and on all the people that I worked with, it's incredible.
Yeah.
But my wife was like, dude, you need a hobby that has nothing to do with being outside. Don't go like run trails or anything like that. You're going to see something you need to fix, you know, and like go grab one of those guitars and get back in a guest bedroom and go get out of my face, and so
yes, dear.
Yeah. She's the brains in the operation anyway. So I was like, yeah, that's probably a great idea. And so I put up a couple of videos on YouTube here and there, and within like 3 months or so, ended up on The Voice.
Wow.
And
that's awesome.
And if you follow any of the people that ever go on that show, like you have kids that are on the show and you have grown-ups and stuff. But I was the only grown-up that like did not play music for a living.
Okay.
Already, it make it seem like everybody just kind of comes out of nowhere. But I remember getting into LAX for the first time. It was like I saw they're like kind of collecting the contestants and stuff, and we're getting ready to get in this van. So I'm like meeting people. I'm like, hey, how's it going? I'm Keith. Like I'm a park ranger. What do you do for a living? And this one, this lady that she's absolutely incredible. She's incredible. She's on my season. Her name's Sandy Red. And as soon as she walks to you and you see her, you're like, she's a rock star. What am I doing here? And so I like shook her hand. I was like, hey, I'm Keith. I'm a park ranger, and I play music sometimes. What do you do for a living? And she was trying not to be condescending at all. She's trying to just let me down easy. She was like, I'm a singer. And I was like, oh man, what am I doing here? And so despite all that, I ended up going on the top 24 with started off on Blake's team, and then jumped on to Adams for a minute, and then I was gunning for Kelly Clarkson's team the whole time. And so I went to the top 24 eventually with Kelly. And that all kind of started everything for me. Wow. So I got not long after that, I was driving around playing a lot of shows in Texas and stuff, and I went back to being a park ranger kind of part-time just because that's what I know how to do.
Yeah, you love it.
Yeah. And I got a call from the manager of Blood, Sweat, and Tears, like played Woodstock Blood, Sweat, and Tears.
Yeah, the Blood, Sweat, and Tears.
And he was like, he's going to be mad that I did this impression, but he's like, hello, Mr. Keith, this is Larry Dorr with Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And I was like, hi. And he said, we saw you on television, was going to see if you want to be our new singer. And I was like, wow. this is a scam. No way, not a chance. And I was like, sure, manager of Blood, Sweat, and Tears. That sounds great. Let's do that. And I was like, well, when's our first rehearsal? He's like, no rehearsals. You just show up to your first show in Fort Lauderdale in front of 8,000 Floridians, and you either play good or you get fired. I was like, so it can't be serious. There's no way. I was like, and so I'm like 31 with a mortgage and a family and like a small child and stuff. And I was like, yeah, sure, sounds great. Like, let's just go all in on this gamble. And it turned out not to be a scam. I did not think I was going to get to Fort Lauderdale and come back with both of my kidneys. I was like, this is a scam. I'm losing a kidney, but I've got them both still, and I've been touring with them for a couple of years now.
Man, that's incredible.
So how often do you go out with Blood, Sweat, and Tears then?
When I first started, we were doing like 80-something shows a year. And now, like, when the pandemic hit in March of 2020, all of our shows for that year got canceled.
Right, yeah.
And then now we're kind of starting back off slowly and cautiously with like probably 30 or 40 shows a year right now. And so I have more time to go bird watching.
That's neat. That's neat.
Yeah.
That's worked out pretty well then.
But that's kind of how I started doing the birding thing. Whenever all the tours got canceled and stuff, I noticed there was an open ranger position at Shelby Forest, which is in Memphis. I grew up going to that park. It's incredible. I mean, the place is gold mine. It's 20 square miles just north of Memphis. The place is huge, and absolutely beautiful. And so I talked to the manager. I was like, hey, I wouldn't mind like coming back as a ranger over there. I don't know if touring is ever going to happen again. And so I ended up there, and I was like, well, I guess that's what I'm doing now. And so I started making birding videos and birding content.
That's kind of how I found you
on TikTok. Yeah. And I think it was just such there was very good timing to it because it was the tail end of 2020. Everybody's stressed out. And it's not just like listening to bird calls. There's like a meditative, like mindfulness aspect to it. And I feel like that was kind of, I feel like with
good medicine for folks.
I feel like with music as a business, like if you're a person like me, where my whole career has been based around service, like doing things for other people, and you go into a business like music where it's very self-serving and self-promotional, where you're just like, please come to my show, please support me and do this, but it feels like your songs are what you're doing in return. But in my mind, like that's not enough for me,
right?
And so I feel like doing that's a way I do things and help people, and so I like it.
Let's show folks one of these videos.
Yeah,
I think it's cool. So turn your radio up.
I'm out birding this morning, and I thought you might want to take a minute to just be present. We're just going to sit and listen and let the world be whatever it is. If you don't know your bird calls, that's okay. I'll tell you what they are as we go. There we go. Easy, wheezy, wheezy. Black and white warbler. Cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger. Carolina wren. Chiree, chiree, chiree. That's an American robin. Tawa, tawa, talio, or wanna rent a video. Hooded warbler. Black and white warbler again. American robin again. Carolina wren again. Brrr. Chipping sparrow. All right. I'll see you later.
That's cool. I like the cheeseburger.
Yeah, whatever helps. Some people say tea kettle, but I can obviously more into cheeseburger.
So that's cool. That helps people identify sounds. I've heard people do that before, and it's pretty cool. So I mean, you're able to share your love of birding and of wildlife through these videos and educate people too. I think it's awesome.
Just being more aware when you're outdoors. Sometimes I'll hear, and I'm not a bird call expert for sure, but I'll just try to absorb all the birds that I hear in the morning when I'm walking my dogs. Just the symphony of birds.
Absolutely.
Around. And I think a lot of people are starting to notice things like that now where they didn't before.
I think so too, and I think all of our minds are so busy all
Yeah.
the time. You're seeing a million advertisements every day, and you're wondering what your next step is, and all of that. And I think taking a minute to just check out of that and just become aware of your immediate surroundings and just let it be what it is. I think that's good medicine.
All right.
Yeah, for sure.
Speaking of immediate surroundings, there's a guitar in his surrounding, right?
I think
behind-
now's a good time to hear a song.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Sure.
But yeah, we couldn't let the day pass by without getting Keith to play a song or two for us, and I can't wait to hear what he's got in store.
Thanks. I'll play one that my brother and I wrote this song together when we were in college. We lived in the campus apartments over at Martin, like the
Okay.
really old ones. I don't think they're there anymore. We lived there, and I'd been working for Reelfoot at the time, spending most of my time out in the swamp. And I remember sitting there drinking coffee with Keegan one morning, and on the news they showed where somebody had broken out of the Northwest Tennessee Correctional Complex up there by Reelfoot,
Okay.
and had dove into the swamp basically for 3 days. And I was out there all the time. Then I was like, man, that's got to be miserable. It's got to be terrible. And even if you weren't like on the run, it's got to be terrible.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And I was like, Keegan, we need a jailbreak song.
That's a song, yeah.
And so he wrote the lyrics for this one in like 5 minutes. He's really good at that. But this song's called Toad Strangler, and Toad Strangler Blues. And I didn't know at the time, because we grew up, our mom's from East Arkansas, from the Memphis area.
Okay.
And it basically speaks in Southern sayings, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And I didn't know that nobody else in the world knew what a toad strangler was other than that. It's a hard rain. It's a rain so hard that it could possibly drown a toad. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah,
saying
I've heard it.
Oh yeah.
Because
Very
sometimes I
familiar.
play this one and people are like, oh, a what now? So, this is Toad Strangler Blues. Hit the ground running about 3 days ago, with a dog on a trail and an ivory butt pistol. I said 1 step, 2 step, 3 steps in time. Gotta make it back home to see my baby. Yeah. Oh Lord, here comes a toad strangler. Time to settle down under the shade of those trees. And I'll be praying to God then the lightning doesn't come. Got metal on my hands and on my feet. Well, we hold up here in this apple field. Was a nice day's rest while we ate our fill. Then the dogs came running, Warden came a-hollering. Time to hit the trail for the skin you hide. Yeah. Oh Lord, here comes a toad strangler. Time to settle down under the shade of those trees. And I'll be praying to God that the lightning doesn't come. Got metal on my hands and on my feet. I got metal on my hands and on my feet. Well, old man blinked and he turned a blind eye. Me and my body said it's time to fly. Back to the feeling of a woman's touch. Nice warm bed, we don't ask for much. Came that rain on a Thursday night. Torches was out, we thought we could hide. I don't think we'll go back to the pen. From the sound of that shotgun, looks like the end said, whoa, here comes a toad strangler. Time to settle down under the shade of those trees. And I'll be praying to God that the lightning doesn't come. Got metal on my hands and on my feet. I said, oh Lord, here comes a toad strangler. Time to settle down under the shade of those trees. And I'll be praying to God that the lightning doesn't come. I got metal on my hands and on my feet. I got metal on my hands and on my feet, yeah. I got metal on my hands and on my feet.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, that's awesome. Hey, if you're just listening, just tuning in, we've got Ranger Keith with us, Keith Peluso. We're talking about birds, playing some music.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
Hey, I got a question, another
Yeah.
musical question. So you got the call from the management of the Blood, Sweat, and Tears, and they said show up at a certain date at a certain time. And did they send you a set list or anything? Or how'd that work?
That's another scary part. So you have the album versions,
Right,
that you
yeah.
you can listen up
Sure.
everywhere. But the band's been touring continuously since then,
Yeah.
you know, and has had so many members throughout the years, and I think that's what keeps the music alive. But it is living, you know. So
The arrangements evolve
it
over
has
time.
evolved
yeah.
very much over the years, and so you basically you listen to the originals, and then you listen to several different board recordings of
okay.
various shows that they may do,
Yeah.
and you
Okay.
kind of just take the average and hope for the best.
It's gonna be something like this.
Yeah, it'd be somewhere in here. Yeah, and so it's a bumpy start because you're learning, you know.
Sure.
And they're really great about encouraging you to be yourself. You know,
Okay.
They don't want you to sound like somebody else. They
Yeah.
want you to be yourself in there, and I think that's what keeps that alive, really.
You kind of get this Taliban, follow me. We're going here. We're going there. Are you following them?
What's that?
Are you following the band, or are they following you when you're up there singing?
A little bit like you watch each other and you
Yeah.
listen to each other,
Yeah.
and just kind of you let it be artistic, you
Yeah.
know. And the guys in the band, if you look up whoever is playing at the time, those guys are top notch, like
Yeah.
absolutely incredible. I remember our bass player, the guy that plays bass with us most of the time right now, Rick Fierrabracci. When I grew up, I played bass. When I was growing up, I played bass in a funk band.
Uh-huh.
And I remember like idolizing Rick Fierrabracci when I was a kid. And now he's just some dude that I joke around with in the van, you
Yeah.
know. And those guys are incredible. They're top notch. So
That's neat.
Most musicians that you run into are just average guys, or guys and gals are easy to talk to, fun
Yep.
to hang out with. It's,
that's true.
But I was following your drummer on there, man. He's awesome
Dylan,
too. Man,
yeah,
that's-
he's a monster.
Yeah.
He's a monster.
awesome. Well, real quick before we run out of time, I wanted to show people who want to find more about birds in Tennessee to go to our website, tnwildlife.org. And on this page, you can listen to some birds just like you can on the Audubon.
Sure.
Yeah. So we're going to pull one up. What was the red-billed woodpecker we wanted to highlight today? But yeah, you can go to this page. It's under wildlife, click birds, and then click through. But anyway, you
Yeah.
can hear some of the birds here. And
This is probably one of the most common woodpeckers that you'll hear, and right now we're going into the tail end of the summer, and so a lot of our summer migrants are going to start leaving, and we'll get our winter migrants. And whenever I talk to people about learning bird calls, I usually try to start them off on our residents, stuff that's here year round. So once they learn 5 or 10 resident birds, anything that's new will stand out, and then they can focus on that. So learning a red-bellied woodpecker is the way to go right now.
so what's the cheat phrase or code that you use to identify this one?
I think trying to imitate the sound is just as funny as trying to come up with like a mnemonic device, like want to rent a video or cheeseburger, because they make like a blurp, and if they're not making that sound, they make like a gurp, gurp, gurp. And so it's funny by itself. You should
Yeah.
remember it.
Let's play it.
Yeah.
I like this next one. Yeah.
So once winter comes in, these will be part of a multi-species flock with several other woodpeckers and also the chickadees and titmice and nuthatches and stuff like that. And so once you learn these guys will be hanging out with about 5 to 10 other species, and then you can familiarize yourself with stuff that stays here year round.
Gotcha.
It'll maybe be a lot easier for you.
Well, this time of year right now, it's almost September. What are you going to be hearing right now if you're out there listening?
Right now, you can still get some of our summer birds. So you'll still be able to hear things like if you're close to water, you'll probably still be able to hear some eastern kingbirds. You may still hear some of the tanagers out in like deciduous woodlands. Mississippi kites are getting ready to leave right now, and so you'll probably hear those because they are like getting together in big groups and getting ready to leave. They make like a sound. That's one of my favorites right now.
Yeah.
Still really easy to find eastern phoebes and learn them right now because they will be here in the winter too, but that would be an easy one to learn.
Cool. Well, I also had a question, like the top birds, in Tennessee. What's your favorite bird in Tennessee
Man, people ask me like what my favorite is all the time, and I get like really fascinated, like going down down a rabbit hole, reading about different stuff. But to me, just because, and I think this will be true for anybody that starts kind of birding, especially if they're using it just as moments to check out and become more aware of your surroundings, is that like I've done it long enough now to where certain bird calls, when I hear them, remind me of things that are important to me. And so it's not just fascination with the birds. Maybe it's a little bit more selfish because it makes me remember things. So like the first wood thrush of the summer, when I hear the first wood thrush that gets here, I think about the first house that my wife and I lived in when we were newlyweds, with the first like beam of sunlight coming through the window. Or whenever I hear greater white-fronted geese, I'm thinking about driving around at Reelfoot in the middle of winter, in the middle of the night with my best friend, And I feel like that could be the same with everybody. And so a lot of times when I pick my favorite ones, it's because I'm a little more biased because of it reminds me of my own journey,
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, we're going to run out of time. I don't even know if we have enough time for another song.
That kind of reminds me of how songs affect people a lot.
Sure.
A certain song will bring back a memory.
Absolutely.
So that's cool that the bird calls will do the same for you.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Well, I think it's cool how you're sharing your passion of being outdoors and birding and things like that with folks, and then still being able to do music, and it's just cool.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Living the dream, I'd say.
I appreciate it. Thank y'all for having me, man.
It's been fun. Remind people how they can find you on Instagram. I don't want to miss anything on TikTok.
My username is This Is Ranger Keith on almost every platform, especially Instagram and TikTok, and those are the ones that I monitor the most. So if you have any questions or you're looking for resources to learn about birding or just taking a minute to chill, hit me up.
And if you want to hear some music,
I'm Keith Peluso everywhere. I'm a third, but there's some other Keith Pelusos, but I think I'm the only one that has music out.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, go follow him on social media. He's a cool guy. I can't wait to come hear you in concert sometime. That'd be fun to go hear a show.
It would be great.
So anyway, well, this is Tennessee Wildcast. Todd, thank you for running the board, making it sound good. Don, thank you for co-hosting.
Yeah, you bet. Good to be back.
Yeah, it's been a few shows, hasn't it?
It has been.
We're glad you're back. tnwildlife.org for all things wildlife. Go outdoorstennessee.com to get your hunting and fishing license. And don't forget shop.gooutdoorstennessee to pick up a hat or some cool swag from TWRA. This is Tennessee Wildcast, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
to speak. And when you come up to the podium, please state your name and address for the record. First, we have Carol Haas.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Alderman. Carol V. Haas, 455 Cedar Park Circle, LaVergne, Tennessee, 37086. And I'm here just to let the public know about future events that are coming up. I know that you all mentioned them during the comments, but I think coming from a member of the public would also help get attendance up. The first event we have coming up is the Old Timers Festival. It's going to start with a concert Friday night, September 16th, and the band is the World Turning Band, which is a Fleetwood Mac experience. So if everybody that loves Fleetwood Mac, come on out. It's going to be at the football field at Veterans Park. Saturday, September 17th is the festival with the parade starting from here at from here at City Hall down to Veterans Memorial Park at 10 o'clock, and then the festival will open at 11 or as soon as the parade finishes, depending on how long the parade is. Then the festival will end Saturday evening with a concert again at the football field, and it's going to be the Eagle Maniacs, who were scheduled to play last year, but we had rain. So we are now hoping that there will be no rain this year. Far out, forecast is showing no rain. So, and then Tuesday, October 4th is National Night Out at Veterans Memorial Park. So come on out and meet the police officers and the sheriff's department and the firefighters. And I'm not exactly sure what the plan is, but I know that in previous years it's been awesome. And for any other city events, planning commission meetings, workshops, other committee meetings, you can go to the website, www.lavernetennessee.gov. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have John Rutledge.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, John Rutledge, 1125 Walden Road, LaVergne, Tennessee, 37086. I'm here for an event just to give a formal invitation. If you don't mind, I'd love to come up here and hand these out to you. Is that okay? So I am inviting you, personally, all of the board members and all the current people running for office, having a bean dinner. It's going to be at the Rescue Squad on the 24th of September. I have been graciously blessed to have Donnie Fergus cook the beans, who used to cook them for Old Timers Day a long time ago. They're amazing. You won't miss out. It's free to the public. Come out and enjoy yourself. All right? Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And with that, I will call the citizens forum closed, and we will reconvene at 7 o'clock.
First, we got a moment of silence for the people out west is having so problem with fire and heat, and the people in the east is having trouble with the rain and the flare. Dear Heavenly Father, we are here with bowed heads and humble hearts, asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Allow us to nurture and bond our community. Pray for the men and women that is keeping all of us safe here across the world. Thank you for giving us your son Jesus. In Jesus' name, amen.
Scouts, salute. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First, we're going to move on to our presentations. And tonight we are doing a tradition that we've done for the last 4 years, which is honoring public service. And so we have got several of our now former county commissioners here who we would like to honor and thank for their public service to both the city of LaVergne and to Rutherford County. I'd first off like to go ahead and invite David Gammon, Joe Gurley, and Robert Stevens up here. So these gentlemen, over the years, have served this community very well, representing us at the county level. So I've got one of these for each of you, so I'm just going to read it once. But I've got a City of LaVergne Certificate of Appreciation. It's presented to each of you for your dedication, time, and commitment to improving Rutherford County and the quality of life of all of our residents. Your absence will not go unnoticed, and we wish you the best of luck in all of your future endeavors. And Commissioner Davidson, can you come up here and help me? Let's give each of these out. And this one is for you. So. Can we give them a round of applause, everybody? Thank you, John. Thank you. I'm going to ask my friend Andrew to come up here and join me real quick. So, Andrew's here to receive our proclamation. And this proclamation, let's just read it. Whereas the city of LaVergne, Tennessee has a great admiration and utmost gratitude and respect for all of our men and women who have and are selflessly serving their country and this community in the armed forces, and whereas veterans have paid the high price of freedom by leaving their families and communities and placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all, and whereas the contributions and sacrifices of the men and women who serve the armed forces have been vital in maintaining the freedoms and way of life enjoyed by our citizens, and whereas many men and women in uniform have given their lives while serving in the armed forces, and whereas citizens of our country have received the Purple Heart Medal as a result of being wounded while engaged in combat with an enemy force, construed as singularly meritorious act of essential service. And whereas the city of LaVergne seeks to remember and recognize veterans who are recipients of the Purple Heart Medal. Therefore, I, Jason Cole, Mayor of the City of LaVergne, hereby proclaim the City of LaVergne, Tennessee to be a Purple Heart City, honoring the service and sacrifice of our nation's men and women in uniform, wounded or killed by the enemy while serving to protect our freedoms, and in recognition of our community's Purple Heart Medal recipients.
Thank you. Do you mind if I say something?
Absolutely.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City Council members. Actually, I've never been in this room before, and you guys are the nicest people I have ever met in my entire life. You're so friendly. Talk about Murfreesboro. Never mind. Just kidding. Just kidding. The Purple Heart is the oldest military direction in present use and was initially created as a badge of military merit by General George Washington in 1782. It was the first American Service Award or decoration made available to the common soldier, and specifically awarded to members of the United States Armed Forces who have been wounded or have paid the ultimate sacrifice in combat with the declared enemy of the United States of America. The mission of the Military Order of the Purple Heart and the VFW is to foster an environment of goodwill among the combat wounded veteran members and their families, promote patriotism, support legislative initiatives, and most importantly, make sure we never forget. The Purple Heart designation is one of the most prestigious honors a city or county can receive. It is with much admiration, honor, and respect that we should salute all of the veterans and Purple Heart recipients. The only requirements for it is that the City of LaVergne honor, thank, and acknowledge Purple Heart veterans. Once the proclamation has been signed, which it has been, LaVergne, the City of LaVergne, will be added to the Purple Heart Trail website for all the nation to see. There are more than 900 Purple Heart locations in the United States, honoring the 1.8 million Purple Heart recipients in the world. I received mine July 27, 2006, in the Battle of Ramadi. I've done this for Rutherford County. I did this for Murfreesboro last week, and I'm honored to help Mayor Cole with this great honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We appreciate everything.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to departmental reports. Police Department, Chief Davis. Chief, just one moment before you start. One item I did skip. We need to approve the minutes from the August 2nd, 2022 regular meeting. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No. Motion passes. Chief Davis.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, you have your crime summary for the month of August. Stats that I want to bring out, we did have 11 cases of motor vehicle burglary. All 11 of those vehicles were left unlocked as a result once firearm was stolen. I did have a separate stat added to that particular slide that the majority of these burglaries are happening between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m. So that can let you all kind of gauge when this is taking place, and we're doing our part as well too. One other thing I want to bring up, we're having to retire our oldest K9 Mike. That's going to be Thursday here in the boardroom at 3 o'clock. We're going to have his retirement ceremony and light refreshments after that. It's open to the public, so feel free to come and celebrate the retirement with us. Any questions?
No, sir. Just a comment. It looks like these car burglaries are spread out all across the city, not any one particular zone.
They are. It's kind of making it difficult for us to kind of track down and do predictive patrolling, but we're still trying. We're still trying, and we'll continue to do what we can. However, on the other side of it, we did recover 14 stolen vehicles this month too. That's to help with the Blue Sentinel LPR program that we have going on.
Wonderful. Any questions?
11 cases of motor vehicle burglary in August, and all 11 of them was left unlocked.
Correct, sir.
So please remember, lock your car doors.
Yes.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Fire Department. Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Alderman. I trust that you have had an opportunity to review the reports for the month of August. Nothing seems to be out of the norm. We're still flushing some fire hydrants. We should have finished our annual hydrant flushing program this month. We do have 28 additional fire hydrants that we need to test for our ISO review next month, or correction, next month in October. I do find it kind of interesting that the month of August of last year and this year both are 325 runs. I don't know what the coincidence there is, but that was unusual. But everything else seems to be within normal parameters for us. Y'all have any questions?
Chief, just noticing a trend with medical going up, and I can also see that a little bit for last year too. Is there anything with the fall? Is it school or that just causes that to go up?
No, sir. I think if you look at our numbers, they're continually on the rise over the last 2 to 3 years. I'm guessing we're probably at a 5 to 7% increase over the last 3 years in all of our runs. We only had one structure fire last month, and those are happenstance in a lot of cases. We had one arson case a month and a half, 2 months ago, but other than that, they're kitchen fires or electrical fires for the most part. So I don't see anything that caused an increase out of the norm.
And how are the two new guys working out?
Oh, they're wonderful. I had breakfast with one of their crew this morning, and he's extremely happy to be here for sure. So yeah, it looks like two good new hires.
Good, good. Anyone else have any other questions?
Does the fire department, do they go out on all 911 calls?
Yes, sir. All medical calls, regardless, we'll send a fire truck and provide medical assistance until Rutherford County EMS can make the scene and take over patient care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. Under projects, you can see there it says no projects to report. That's not actually true. We had a bunch of little projects, nothing real major. I know they fabricated a set of handrails to add on to the fire admin building. You can see the past events, Howl at the Moon, very successful for us. That's easy for me to say. Great turnout for us. 164 runners, so those numbers are coming back up. August 25th through the 27th, we had the carnival in the park. That was a great turnout also. Kathy knocked that out of the park. I know she really struggled to find somebody to come in here, and once she did, it was an excellent outfit. August 27th was our dog park grand opening. Upcoming events, you see September 15th, we're going to start the fall ball clinic. That's next Thursday. Our plan is for Thursday nights from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Veterans Memorial. Right now, we have probably high 90s signed up, so those numbers are continuing to climb. September 16th, Old Timers Festival, opening concert, 7 p.m. World Turning Band, September 17th. Parade starts here. Road West Band takes the stage approximately 11:30, 12 o'clock. Missy Garnett at 2, and then Eagle Maniacs will finish that night up at 7 p.m. Some of the events, axe throwing, we'll have a spider jump, petting zoo, trackless train, temporary tattoos, face painting, animal education, puppet shows. As of now, we have 5 demonstrators and 90 vendors. This year we're bringing in a 360-degree photo booth, so you actually step inside the booth and it circles you and takes your pictures in 360 degrees. On the next page, Senior Center past events, you can see August the 10th, a trip to Asuka. The 15th, GNRC sent in 300 food kits. Those have been distributed. What is left will be passed out at OTF. September the 2nd, the Senior Center went to 5 days. So instead of being open in 4 days, they opened the doors 5 days. Upcoming events, September 20th, Meals on Wheels will also go from 3 days to 5 days. Upcoming meetings, Senior Center Advisory at 4:30, Parks and Rec at 6, and then historical preservation at 7. All of those are on the 19th. And our RFP will be opened on Thursday for the ball league. Any questions?
This isn't a question, but David, I was talking with Chief Davis. If y'all need a volunteer for working with the animals, especially the snakes, he wanted me to let you know he is absolutely on board for that.
We'll definitely
He is
forward
a-
his name. Yeah,
He
no
is
doubt.
a big fan, especially the pythons.
So David, just, that's great. The RFP opens up Thursday?
Well, whoever's presenting, that's the time they have to present it. Well, they have to have their packet in by 10 p.m. on Thursday.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but people can come to our Parks and Rec meeting on the 19th at 6 p.m. here in the boardroom. And those people that did the RFP, they can come and listen to their.
Yes, sir. It depends on how many we have put in for it. If we have 2, we'd invite both organizations to the Parks meeting to present their proposal in front of the Parks Board. Then the Parks Board would make a recommendation to this board as to who they choose.
I just want to get it out there and make sure everything is transparent, because I've had a lot of questions about
Right.
the baseball, softball. Want to keep everybody up to date on what's going on with it, and hopefully on the 19th, as you said, there will be a recommendation, and then in October, it'll come back before us, and then we will approve or not.
Yes, sir.
That is correct.
The only way I could see that changing a little bit is if we had multiples put in for it, say we had 8, then when the Parks Department themselves would take that to vet it down to a manageable number to present to the Parks Committee.
Okay.
And then regardless, though, that Parks and Recreation meeting is open to the public.
Yes.
Anyone is welcome to attend. It's recorded, put on our YouTube, but that should be a good little meeting to attend. It's September 19th, 6 p.m. here at City Hall.
Yes, sir. Any other questions?
If you're looking for a snake handler, I'm your guy. My grandfather had a farm, had a corn crib, and he would dust our britches if we killed the snakes in the corn crib, so I'm used to dealing with snakes.
I don't know, but we may have one in-house too, because I think Michael Deeks has been dealing with a couple of them at his property, so I think he may be an expert at this point. Any other things?
Thank you, David.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Moving on to the Library Department, the fabulous Miss Donna.
Here she comes.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. For the month of August, our attendance was 2,850. One number I'd like to point out is we had 80 new patron cards. That's 80 more people who are going to enjoy all of the great resources and programs that we have at the library. Our programs for August, we had 8 for birth to 17 years with the attendance of 143. That was just 2 weeks of story times. We're just now gearing back up. Adults, one program with 7 in attendance. We're going to get the adults getting all excited again here soon and get back out. The library will have a tent at Old Timers Festival. We always enjoy that. We will have some history displays. Miss Becky's been working today on some now and then displays to just show how LaVergne was back when and how we are now, comparing buildings and just different things. We're going to have some old-timey games for children, and of course at the library tent there's always a lot of laughter and a lot of fun going on. Just wanted to share a few things that's happening at the library that our patrons would be very interested in. We used to have a staff picks, which is great. Our staff would recommend different books, give a little synopsis of it, and people would want to check those books out. Now we're doing patron picks. So all avid readers love book suggestions from fellow avid readers. So we're asking you to list a favorite book you have read from our library so others might also enjoy it. There's a form that you fill out that you can tell about the author, the title, if it's part of the series, and give some comments. And if you're willing, we'll take your picture, put it on Facebook, and also put it on our shelf so other people can come in, see who you are, and see what you like to read, and perhaps check that out. Kids Crafternoon. This is a hands-on crafty program. It's geared for students 1st through 5th grade. It's on the second Tuesday of each month at 5:30. It's a really fun little afternoon crafting session. Teens and tweens, those are our hard ones to get in. We're working very, very hard. Tweens start at about 11 years old, and we go up to 17 years old. There's a lot of crafting programs going on, a lot of refreshments. If you feed them, they will come. So that's what we're hoping for. And we're starting back our Saturday movies at the library. This is for families. We provide movies and refreshments at 2 p.m. on these following days. October the 1st, The Goonies. Who remembers The Goonies? That's a good throwback. October 29th, Hocus Pocus. November 12th, we're going to do some Charlie Brown movies. Of course, we have to throw in there Charlie Brown's Thanksgiving. And December the 10th, Elf. So it's a really good time for parents to come out with their children, grandparents, caregivers, to come out and just have a fun time at the library. Of course, you can go to catalog.lavergne37086 to see all of the different activities that we have going on, and also to check out our catalog to see what we have to offer in books, DVDs, audiobooks, and our ebooks. Do you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. I've had a couple people ask me about the adult painting nights where the adults come in and do different paintings. I know I've got some in my office, but I've had several people ask me when those will be again, so I figured this would be your opportunity to let some people know.
Sure, I will be happy to answer that question. At this time, our instructor, Carol, feels more comfortable doing take and makes with COVID and different things going on. That's a closing group, and so she is making all of the kits with all of the instructions and sending them out. We're hoping maybe at the start of the new year that we can start in-house again. That is a really, really fun, instructional, and great program. It's also a very social time for a lot of people. And people who don't even know how to paint or say they don't know how to paint come away with an awesome painting. But if you follow Carol's instructions, you can do that as a take and make. And we are going to have some of those in starting in October.
Wonderful. And then I think some of our young men over here are excited about some of these movies.
Good. That sounds great.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Finance Department, Miss Phyllis Rogers and company.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Alderman. As you all know, I will be retiring in February, and a few weeks ago we held interviews, and Tanya was selected by several that were on the panel. So Tanya will be your new finance director, and so she's up here today representing the finance department to get started in some of the processes that we go through, and she'll be your go-to person. So get a chance to stop by and say hello. I think she'll do you well. So tonight's report is for the month of July. Of course, this is the first month of the new fiscal year, and generally revenues come in kind of slow for the first few months until property taxes start coming in. So as of right now, as of the end of July, expenses had exceeded revenues by approximately $376,000. In our sales tax, we collected $1.3 million for the month of July. That's about $340,000 better than what we budgeted for the month of July, and about $300 and some change better than prior year. State street aid revenues have exceeded expenditures by approximately $96,000 in July. Stormwater fund revenues exceeded expenditures by approximately $5,625. Water sewer fund revenues exceeded expenditures by approximately $219,000. Second page is our balances in our various bank accounts. And third page is a comparison to prior year. In the general fund, revenues are down by approximately $310,000. Expenses are down by approximately $152,000. And in the water sewer fund, the revenues are up about $56,000 in the, and expenses are up about $183,000. Tap fees are down this month, or during the month of July, approximately $32,000. Any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Water treatment plant, Mr. Danny Campbell. Without his vest.
Yes, without my vest, but with a mask. So, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. I trust that you've had an opportunity to review our report for the month. I would like to mention that we are roughly 75% through our annual flushing for the year, and we flushed roughly 3.5 million gallons of water through the system. I do want to say thank you to Michael Dietz and Jeremy Buskus and his guys for assisting us with repairing the broken blow-offs and hydrants that we've had troubles with in a very timely manner to give us the opportunity to go back and flush those. We also had our raw water pump number 3 pulled. It was assessed by the contractor. One portion of the shaft was, the packing was seized to the shaft, so they pulled that. They're going to make the repairs and then come back out and reinstall it. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions?
I see a lot of green. I like that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Danny.
Our goal is to get it all green.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to old business, second reading ordinance 2022-19, an ordinance to amend the fee schedule regarding sewer rates for the Blair Road Sewer Basin. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Alderman Waldron?
Abstain.
Alderwoman Honeycutt.
Aye.
Alderman Coates?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2022-20, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2021-2022 Senior Citizens Fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Honeycutt.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2022-21, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Honeycutt.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2022-22, an ordinance to amend Title 20, Chapter 1 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding alarm systems. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Honeycutt.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2022-21, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second for discussion, just it says except for Mike, do we need to do that separate, or is that all just one vote?
It's all one vote.
Okay.
So we have a second from Vice Mayor No. Any other discussion? Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Honeycutt.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Resolution passes. Resolution 2022-22, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners James L. Richardson Driver Safety Matching Grant Program. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Honeycutt?
Aye.
Alderman Coates?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
Resolution passes. Next item, approve purchase and sale agreement with Trinidad Benham Corporation for the Public Works Facility located at 148 International Boulevard. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron?
Abstain.
Alderwoman Honeycutt?
Aye.
Alderman Coates?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. This next one, I'm going to make the motion to declare default and terminate contract with Charles DeWeese Construction Incorporated and to authorize the city officials to take such action as they deem appropriate to protect the city's interests and to complete the 24-inch water main from the Stones River Road roundabout to the water treatment plant project. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Alderman Waldron?
Abstain.
Alderwoman Honeycutt?
Aye.
Alderman Coates?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Definitely aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Next item, motion to approve bid for Fire Station 41. I make a motion to approve the bid for Fellowship Construction, which was the low bid. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Second from Alderman Coates. I'll open it up for discussion.
Was just reading through the document that was supplied to us, and I would just want to make sure that we fully understand with the bid that they've put in. And I understand the gentleman's here, and I'd like to suspend the rules if we could to have a discussion with him, please.
So then a motion to suspend the rules?
Yes, that is, yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain.
Okay, well, we have the rules suspended. Are you with Fellowship Construction? Yes, sir. If you could come up, please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Alderman. My name is Jamie Irwin. I'm from with Fellowship Construction. Our office address is 2668 Spencer Mill Road in Bon Aqua, Tennessee. And I live in Bon Aqua as well.
Okay. And what would you like to say to us?
Well, the bid was low, and we did miss the contingency fee, and the reason was our computer program spreadsheet did not figure it in the right place, and when it did, it didn't add that in, and that's the reason we missed it. So the low bid was without the contingency fee, but added on, it would still be low. But that is where we're at. We had to withdraw our bid for that reason. And I understand the architect has been speaking with you all in certain manners, which I don't understand what's going on exactly, if it's being approved or not approved or withdrawn. So that's where I'm standing right now.
So to let you know, currently, from the consultant, you are the recommended bid, as the low bid. There's no quality issues or anything like that.
No,
So-
we have everything in there. The
Yes.
only thing we were missing was the contingency fee, and that's it.
Yes.
Yes.
So, does anyone have any questions?
So with the bid as presented, you're willing to move forward with the bid, or you seem a little bit undecided there?
Within the constraints of the contingency fee not being in there, that's the only drawback to it. Is like if we had to have the contingency fee with that number, we could not financially do it. It would be impossible to follow along by the contract and the specifications and the plans.
So is this something, Evan, that we might need to defer and then get all of that worked out?
Well, I think, Mr. Vice Mayor, there have been conversations with our consultant, with Johnson Daly, and who is in charge of vetting the contractors and handling the bid process. Probably want to hear from him, and he's got a recommendation for you tonight.
Oh, he does, okay.
Yes, sir.
Can we trade places?
Yes, sir.
Or step aside?
Mayor, Alderman, I don't really have so much a recommendation as perspective from both sides about what is kind of happening here. The bid should have a 10% contingency included in the bid item. The low bidder left that out of the contract. There's language in the contracts and bidding documents that allow certain inconsistencies to be overlooked or removed, or to give y'all some leeway as to decide what you want to do. With that amount left out of the project, it could have consequences down the line as opposed to being able to finish or not finish. So at this point in time, you kind of have two directions that you could go. Direction number one would be to award the low contract based off of the information that we have presented to us, knowing that there's 10% missing, which could lead to further complications, or the contractor pulling out of his bid entirely, and then following that path. Or two, you could basically chuck the low bidder and then pick second bidder as far as like how to move forward. Either way, there could be some delay in either time for litigation or some type of something happening either way. It's an unfortunate situation to be in. In looking at this contractor's schedule of values, which I believe you all have copies of, there are 2 pages to that. In looking at the schedule of values, everything, all the line items appear to be correct for the scope based off of that line item. And so you can see in the second page, allowances, that that is short, the 10%. And looking, you also have an allowance sheet on the last page of this. And you can see on the top of that page, contingency allowance A, which is to include a cash allowance of 10% for the bid price to be used as a contingency to be applied to extra work as requested by the owner. They managed to get all the other allowances into the bid price. So that's kind of where we sit. In looking at the bid tabulation sheet, Fellowship Construction came in low at $9,735,578. That's without the 10% in there. And then Romac Construction came in came in second place at $11,129,300. So you work those out. There's about a $700,000 difference depending on if you look at but part of that is the contingency. So that's kind of where we stand at this point in time. Have I got everything into that?
I believe you have.
Okay, I think so.
So you're talking about $900,000?
Yes. So if you go forward with the low bidder, he's about $900,000 short, based off of the contingency item.
But if we add that to it, he's still
low bidder.
Still the lowest bidder, but how
Right.
does that go as far as paperwork and making sure it's in there and voting tonight and all that kind of stuff?
That comes down to basically the direction you told me to go with. Evan, do you have any?
I think you need to explain to them about the bid bond.
Yes, now, there's a bid bond, so.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So if you award the contract to the apparent low bidder tonight, and he backs out, there is a 5% bid bond that you could call up. And so that'd be about $500,000. That would probably cause some litigation between contractor and bonding company and city, I'm afraid, which would delay project in time. I don't know how long that process would be. The bid bond would be about enough to cover the difference between low bidder and then second low bidder. But it could extend the process out. We don't know how long that could take. So there is that.
And you said last week that you've checked these companies, good company.
Yes.
For a lot, of course,
Yes.
The Stone River thing stuck in my head.
Yes. No, everybody is. We've constructed projects with 3 out of the 4 contractors, and every one of them would do a good job.
Any other questions?
You also indicated that most of the subcontractors were being used for all the other bidders as well. Would that be correct?
Yes. So there are major major subcontractors are required to be on the front of the bidding form, and in the documentation that you have, you can notice that most of the companies were used by all 4 contractors, and there was an exception. I believe there was one different masonry contractor, there was one different grading subcontractor, and I think there was one other different contractor. But most generally, the same major subs for electrical, mechanical, grading were all very similar or the same.
Any other questions for John? Okay. Thank you, John. I'm going to make a motion that we go back into regular rules of order. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. So we have a motion and a second to approve the low bid to Fellowship Construction. Any other discussion? Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Honeycutt.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Last item tonight, we have appoint or remove board and committee members. We've got one term vacant, which is the county commission position for the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. And just need, looks like that is appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the council. Looks like Laura Davidson is interested in that position, so I will motion to appoint Commissioner Laura Davidson to that board. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Yes, want to let everybody know LaVergne Church of Christ is we'll be having a Second Harvest drive-through giveaway September 17th at 9 a.m. Folks can drive through and get a cart, box, whatever, of free food. Then it's the same day, easy to remember, it's the Old Timers Day. Then you can leave there and go enjoy the Old Timers Day festivities. The LaVergne Church of Christ has always been located on the Old Nashville Highway, right at the three-way stop there, the red light there. Always, I know we're in September, check on the elderly. Please do that. Make sure your pets has got ample water and shade. Watch out for the kids that's standing by the side of the road. This morning I left, and there was about 15 there down the road from me, and it was down to one lane. You gotta really watch the kids, and look out for the school buses. Somebody mentioned to me them signs and stop signs on the side of the buses. That's not a suggestion. When they come out, they want you to stop, well, it's official. You heard it here first. You might say the cat's out of the bag. This election season, I wore my Kool-Aid shirt. We're not just going to have spiked Kool-Aid this election. We're going to have spiked iced tea. Thank you.
Alderman Honeycutt.
I just want to thank our fire and police departments and our city employees for everything that they do day in and day out, and remind everybody about the Old Timers Festival coming up on the 17th.
Wonderful. Alderman Coates.
No comments this evening.
Vice Mayor No.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Alderman Honeycutt. I'm excited about OTF. I know that David's got his prayer request in for weather. I'm excited about baseball. There's been a lot of talk about that, and hopefully, knock on wood, this year will be the getting over that threshold that's been a kind of a thorn in our side. So, David, I'm excited about that.
Thank you. Just want to remind everybody, of course, Old Timers Day is going to be a lot of fun. We've got the parade, we've got the concerts. Should be a wonderful time. So please be sure to come out. Let's be safe, and let's have a great time. Let's see here, and be sure to be on the lookout for Chief Davis and his wandering snake. Here have the boa constrictor. Want to thank our streets department, our public works department. They have been out working on different projects. I know today they were out working on Stones River Road, where some of the construction and items that we had on this agenda was kind of left unkempt and dangerous for people. So thank you guys for working on that. And I know a lot of people have been asking about this. They are working on the red light at Waldron and Charter and the interstate. It's going to take a little bit of time. We have to coordinate some things with the engineering and with TDOT, so please be patient, and we're going to get that resolved so that it flows better. With that, call this meeting adjourned.
Good morning. Oh, hi.
Good evening. It is now 5:04, and we are at our library board meeting for July 11th. Due to not having a chairman or a vice chairman in attendance, we will need to make a motion to have a pro temp to run our meeting tonight. Is there a motion for one of our members to run the meeting?
Yes, I make a motion that Gary Frazier be our pro temp.
Right. We have a motion for Gary Frazier.
We'll need a second on that motion.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Right, so Gary,
Okay.
if you will
Do I
run our
have to
meeting.
go over there? No, you don't want to. You can pass me the hammer.
Yeah, if you'll just give,
You want the hammer? I want
give
the hammer.
Thor the hammer.
Thor the hammer. All right, so I'll call the meeting to order. And we do have a quorum now. First order of business is to approve the minutes from the May 9th meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
I second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And now we'll do the new business. Welcome to new board member Christian Rodriguez, who is not here. But we're glad that he's accepted the role, and we look forward to seeing him. So, all right, and then we have a motion to approve the revised unattended children policy, and that's in your packet if you want to look at it, and maybe Donna can review any changes that we've had to.
At this time, at our last meeting, we had talked about taking one line out. That line was that children over the age of 12 could only stay for 4 hours. We took that line out. Now it is basically very clear that children aged 11 years or younger need to be supervised by a responsible parent or caregiver at all times, and that non-parental caregivers must be at least 18. If a child aged 11 years or younger is attending a library program or activity, the parent, guardian, or responsible child care provider must attend the program with the child. And then we go on to say that children must be at least 12 years old to be left unattended in the library. Parents or caregivers should plan to pick up the child no later than 15 minutes before the library's scheduled closing time. All of the other information has stayed the same.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve the revised unattended children policy?
I'll make a motion to approve the revised policy.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? So we'll vote then to approve. Say aye.
Aye.
Disapprove. Motion carries. All right. So move along, and Donna's going to tell us now about the summer reading program, Oceans of Possibilities.
The last day of our program will be this Saturday, July 16th. The 6 weeks have flown by, but we have had great attendance at all of our programs. Our circulation has increased tremendously, and we're hoping to keep that going. And our attendance in the library itself has also increased. We have had good attendance as far as being a part of the summer reading in all age categories. Our adults are really having a good time. The Children's Library will have a skate party on Friday, July 15th at the Smyrna Skate Center, and that's for all listeners and readers who completed the goal of listening or reading at least 6 hours during the summer reading program. And we had so many participants that exceeded this minimum goal. Our poster board that we put up, that after they reach that goal, the librarians tell them to go to the poster and write their name down. And our poster is full. So we are looking forward to a very exciting skate party. During the skate party, the library does pay for the children to attend and also a drink, and then the library provides cookies. So it's a really fun event. It's from 10 to 12 on Friday, July 15th.
Okay. Very good. You had like 600 people on the opening day of reading.
We did. We had 641 people attend.
Wow.
And we had some board members attend, and it's very much appreciated.
All right. Upcoming programs and events.
Okay, with this being our last week of summer reading, we do have a program or an activity each day this week. I wanted to highlight Wednesday. Magician Bruce Amato will be at the library. He'll be there at 10 a.m. He's a very fun, energetic magician. And even if you've seen his magic tricks before, you still laugh and have a good time. We also, tonight, we have strings and things going on. They're making button flowers that are just beautiful. Then we have Crafternoon tomorrow afternoon with our kindergarten through 5th grade students. On Thursday, Wednesday is Bruce, and then Thursday we will have our Books and Babies story time. And then on Friday, of course, will be our skate party. So it's a fun-filled week. Our regular story times will resume the week of August 22nd through the 25th. So we're looking forward to that. The parents have truly missed our regular story times. We are looking at next year, maybe adding some story times in along with our performers and our entertainers, because so many parents are looking for that. The library will be closed Saturday, September 3rd and Monday, September 5th for the Labor Day weekend. We will also be closed Saturday, September 17th for Old Timers Festival. And our Old Timers Festival will be held at Veterans Memorial Park on Friday evening. There will be a concert. Then September the 16th, that's Friday evening, September the 16th. And then all day Saturday, September the 17th. The theme this year is Serving Through History. So they are combining military and then volunteer service, just serving your community. And they're going to talk about it all the way through history. So the library is excited because we'll be able to have a display of LaVergne history. And we're going to try to do some fun, old-fashioned games for the children. I think that will be a new little twist. Any questions about those?
So we're going to have the tent on both days?
We will have a tent on Saturday. On Friday night, it's just the concert.
Oh, okay.
I think they have the concert and the food trucks on Friday evening.
Okay.
And then Saturday, we'll start bright and early with a parade and then festivities at the park.
All right. And our next library board meeting will be Monday, September 12th. And at this time, do we have any comments from the board, general comments? Start with Martin.
Yeah, just had a quick question.
Sure.
How did the teens do with the summer reading? I know it's kind of hard to get them motivated to do much of anything, really.
Right.
So how did they respond?
They responded very well. We made it very simple for our teams and adults. They would come up and get a summer reading bag, and then every time they would check out an item, whether it be a book or a DVD or an audio, they received a ticket. They would fill the ticket out, and then we had boxes for both the adults and the teens are separate. And like for the teens, Marta made up some great baskets. One is music. She's put like an MP3 player in there and just different things for music. Each basket is worth anywhere between $50 and $75. And so if they wanted that, they would put their ticket in there. And then we have a puzzle basket with very unique puzzles. We have an art basket with different art supplies. And then we had a snack basket. And so whatever they would like to try to win, they would put their tickets in there. And then each week, to keep them coming in and keeping them checking out, she would have a drawing out of the boxes for a Sonic $10 gift card. And so we'll be giving away 6 Sonic gift cards. The programs that she's done has been making rubber band bracelets. We had a really good turnout for that. We're seeing some of our younger tweens come in, more like the 11, 12, and 13-year-olds. Let's see. One of the programs that she did was the perler beads, where you iron them and make a design and you iron them, and they made a keychain, and she had a very nice turnout for that. I would say there were like 20 in there. So it was really good for that age group because it's kind of tough to keep them coming. Then she's had 2 movie days, and the movie days have gone fairly well. So we're just trying hit or miss to see what we can do to get those teens in. Like I said, the participation in checking out has been much better than in years past.
Okay.
But we're always open for ideas, especially those of you who work with teens and tweens. You know, you're more in the know and hear the buzz things of what's going on.
You did well with the snack bags. So they eat a lot. So you did well with the snack bags. That's a big deal. If you put Takis or something in there, they'll do whatever to get those. So
Right.
you did a good job with that.
Thank you. Yeah, Marta really thought up some great things. And also, each program, we always advertise that we're having refreshments. You know, our thing, give them food, they will come. And usually that's the truth. And they have especially loved the Twizzlers this year. That's been a big hit.
All right.
Kamisha?
I don't really have anything other than, good job as always. It's always interesting to hear everything that's going on at the library, and the fact that you put so much into bringing those in, especially in that age group. It's a good job.
Thank you. The staff has really come together. We've really talked about what we want to do or need to do to get these different groups in. Being post-COVID, we weren't sure what our numbers were going to be. But it really has been better than we anticipated, and we've tried to be very proactive with our groups. Sherry, she does our books and babies, and she's doing a great little craft with them on Thursday. They're going to do their handprint on the back of a card. It's like a postcard, and it's a fish. And she put oceans of possibility. And then on the other side, she's written a letter to the parents and said, we will resume our regular story times on August so-and-so, so that they will have that reminder. So we were really excited about that. They think outside the box. We have a very creative staff.
I would just echo what Kamisha said. You guys do a great job, and it was just evident. I was there for the reading kickoff and just blown away by the number of people that were there. It was incredible. So, very good
Thank
job.
you.
Yeah. So, Linda?
And that's my thought exactly. It was a wonderful summer reading program, and very proud of your staff. They do a great job.
Thank you so much. And for the adult boxes, the ones who get the adult groups together, they try to think what would really go over well that would get them checking out a lot of different items. So they have 3 boxes they can put their tickets in: a $100 Amazon card, a $100 Kroger card, and a $100 Walmart card. So thought that was pretty good, and that really gets them wanting to check out. Then we gave away some $50 gift cards. So each set has $500 that they can use toward their prizes, and it works out really well. Cool. And we thank the city for the generous budget that they give us for summer reading. There are some libraries that have a really hard time. They depend totally on donations, and we take donations, and we have received quite a few donations, but we also have the city that has allowed us to do some really great things.
If there's nothing else, okay, well, we'll call this meeting adjourned and see you guys in September. Thank you very much, everyone.
you.